Congratulations once again for joining us. Congrats again, and thank you. And you may have your seat. Next will be Halal Control GmbH, Germany. International Halal Center GmbH, Germany. Halal Quality Control Group, Germany, HQC. HFCE, Italy. Halal Quality Control HQC Group, Italia. Muslim Professional Japan Association. Let's capture this very important moment. Congratulations to all our parties. And now you may have your seats. Next, we'll have Al Wai's Certification in Training Services, PVT Limited, Pakistan. Polish Institute of Halal, Polski Instytut Halal, Poland. National Independent Halal Trust, South Africa. NPO Japan Halal Association. BIC Halal Korea. Korea Testing Certification Institute. Halal Food and Quality. Sorry, there's a mistake. I'll present again from NPO Japan Halal Association. Nippon Asia Halal Association. World Halal Trust, Lithuania. Total Quality Halal Correct Certification, TQHCC, Netherlands. Halal Feed and Food Inspection Authority, Netherlands. Halal Quality Control Group, HQC, the Netherlands.
but also halal branding and marketing, procurement. So there are many more components which need to be put in place. This takes time. I initially thought that after the supply chain, it will take another 10 years for companies to become that halal value chain, to build that value chain. I was wrong. So with the Palestine-Israel conflict, we have seen that the Muslim consumer wants to have that halal DNA. So big brand owners, if they want to be successful in Muslim countries, in Asia, but also the Middle East, they have to work on that halal DNA. Brand owners need to build what I call a halal reputation capital. And I have evidence in my research as a part-time academic that the better your halal reputation capital is, the higher your sales are in Muslim majority markets. So it's also of the interest of the brand owners to work on that. If you talk about the halal value chain, and we combine that with the supply chain, we get a halal value chain network. So what we are doing is that the halal values of the brand owner are cascaded to the entire supply chain. And that is much more complex to achieve this. So we need to work, this is a lot of effort in order to realize this, an end-to-end halal supply chain and value chain, where the value chain network is future music. I like to use the concept halal by design. So what is needed is that brand owners create a halal supply chain blueprint and also work on their halal value chain blueprint. So these are important emerging requirements which I think are important. Many of you are halal certification bodies in the room. It's important to educate brand owners that you need to work on the halal supply chain, mandatory in Indonesia for food by this October, for cosmetics 2 years down the road, and pharmaceuticals 2 years, and further down the road. You have to educate the brand owners in your countries that this is a requirement and emerging requirement if you want to be successful in Muslim markets. So the halal supply chain and value chain are complex, which can be supported also by technology. Dr. Akil, he shared about the blockchain and digitalization efforts of Indonesia, which are important. In particular, I do recommend 2 important strategies for, in particular, Muslim majority countries, but also in non-Muslim countries. There have been initiatives like in Taiwan and also in Spain to create halal cluster, halal ecosystem. We need, as halal is getting more complex, end-to-end, we need to simplify halal for industries. In this way, I believe halal ecosystems will be very important to develop. These are not just halal industrial zones for halal industries with incentives and a role for halal certification body, but it should be solid halal ecosystem by building a cluster also with farmers, SME out of the halal park. Also looking at supply chain and technology like blockchain. Also address sustainability and also bring in the component of Islamic finance and other Islamic financial instruments such as Waqaf. So then it becomes an ecosystem. I always benchmark with Silicon Valley. If you want to be successful in IT, where do you go? Silicon Valley, right? If you want to be successful in halal, where in Muslim majority countries can develop those new brands, we need to build those equivalent halal ecosystems like Silicon Valley in the Muslim world, but also in non-Muslim countries to create the new halal brands of the world. Because as everybody knows, the halal industry is a big industry, but the bottleneck in the halal industry, there's a shortage of ingredients, raw materials for food, cosmetics, and pharmaceuticals. So we need to build capacity. So that is important. I've been working on the development of a halal ecosystem in Indonesia. In Banten, Cikan, there's a 500-hectare halal industrial zone. Indonesia has been developing more halal industrial zone to create those clusters. A second halal strategy, a strategy I recommend for the supply chain and value chain is blockchain technology. So I've been working as an academic, part-time academic, on research on halal blockchain. And halal blockchain, of course, can be used for traceability, to support traceability, but also can be used to simplify supply chains. When I export from Indonesia to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, I have to meet the Saudi requirements. When I'm exporting from Indonesia to Malaysia, I have to meet the Malaysian halal requirements. So supply chains, halal supply chains are complex by the different halal regulations. So blockchain technology not only can facilitate traceability, but also simplify halal supply chain. Also, halal issue management is important. So in case there is a halal incident, if it's true or not true, but I mean amplified in social media like Instagram and Facebook, we need to quickly, halal certification bodies like yourself need to quickly ascertain if the product is halal or non-halal. So you need supporting data to verify that. So blockchain technology can help in assessing, in providing that information from the supply chain, which help you to decide if the product is halal or non-halal. So blockchain can help in traceability, but it can also help the halal certification bodies, like yourselves, to better support also the brand owners that are certified. This helps the brand owners, but also helps yourself as a halal authority to better also protect your recognition as a halal authority by other countries. So these were my insights on the halal blockchain and the supply chain. Thank you.
Okay. Give applause to Dr. Marco. This is a very interesting halal by design. So when we develop halal, we need to start from the beginning. So at the end of the process, it will be easy for us. Thank you, Dr. Marco. We continue to the next speaker, Mr. Muhammad Alkaf. You're going to present maybe related for the blockchain's technology. Please. Alaikum salam.
Very glad to be here in Indonesia. You can hear me? Let's see. Now it's better? Okay. So let's start again. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Alhamdulillah wa salatu wa salamu ala rasulillah wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in. I'm very happy to be here today and to be in Indonesia. Indonesia is a lovely country. I love it. I consider it my second home. And it is the largest Muslim country. And I was hearing today during Dr. Muhammad Akil keynote that Indonesia is moving on the way to be the biggest world center for the halal products. And I really believe that that's going to happen very soon. And I'm very thankful for Dr. Muhammad and his team and the entity. And I'm happy with all what I'm seeing today in this event and all the progress and development that's happening. And actually in the past we were thinking and discussing with many leaders in different countries how we can enhance the halal ecosystem, the halal and Sharia finance. But When we had a discussion with Dr. Muhammad Akil, I was impressed by the vision and the strategy and the roadmap they are having. And that gives me a feeling that they really can be the world leader for the halal product. And we hope we can contribute and be part of his success journey together. So today we are talking about the blockchain. So when we discuss about the blockchain, it comes always the discussion to the halal traceability, to the trust, to the transparency, and to many other subjects. But before we go into that, we need to ask ourselves a simple question: why blockchain? Why do we need to use a blockchain? Why it is a very unique technology that can serve the halal community and the halal products and the halal finance? Simply because the blockchain, what we call in the tech language, we say always blockchain is a single source of truth. That's why we called our blockchain haq. Haq in Arabic means single source of truth as well. It means what you can put on the blockchain is always trustworthy, it always can't be changed, it cannot be a platform or an area where people can play and change the information. I was in a discussion with one of our friends, one of the biggest certificators today here, about the blockchain and about what are the challenges they are facing. And one of it is lack of transparency. The other one is the complexity and fraud. And he's complaining of people copying his certificates, and they create a duplicated one, and they certify these projects as halal, and it is not halal. So the solution here we're talking about is always the blockchain. We are also, when we look at the challenges, is the limitation of traceability, and the solution is also the blockchain. But very important point here, I want to put the focus on it today. When we talk about the blockchain, what are the criteria of the blockchain we want to use, and why we use a certain blockchain over the other blockchain? Because I've been seeing in many countries a lot of entities creating their own blockchain, which is something good. But at the end of the day, we will end up with hundreds of blockchains, and these all hundreds of blockchains need to talk to each other and need to integrate with each other. Is kind of complicated situation. And on the other hand also, when we talk about the blockchain, there are two types of blockchain. There is a private blockchain, and in this private blockchain, it's a permission-based blockchain. And this blockchain is not enough, to be honest, to be the base for certification or the base for any halal activity, for one reason. If I'm today doing the halal transaction or the halal actions or certification on my blockchain, I own the blockchain, my employees are the one who gives the permission to the blockchain, I'm the one who issue the certificates, so the level of transparency is not really high, because I control everything. But when we talk about a community governance blockchain, when we talk about halal ecosystem, halal products, halal finance, this all goes to the community. And the community are everywhere in the world. We can find them in all Muslim countries, in non-Muslim countries. There are also a lot of non-Muslims who are using this. So when there is a global blockchain, and this blockchain is governed by the community, the trust here is in a higher level. That's why we focus a lot on this part, and that's why we see it as a solution, because the world now is in need of one platform to deal with this. When we have hundreds of platforms, it creates conflicts, it creates complexity. We need to simplify this. If there is a platform that's not governed by a certain company, by a certain person, is provided by the community, they are governancing it, they are validating it, then that's the right platform to raise the transparency to the highest level. And then we have 2 billion Muslims who are using the halal finance and halal products. We have beyond Muslims from our brothers in humanity that are also using, a lot of them using the halal finance and the halal products. And this makes the market cap at a very high level. A lot of entities, they are even putting bigger number than this. My reference in these numbers is dinar standards. So thank you for them. They're providing us with a lot of valuable information. But if we have this great market cap, we have a lot of people and big community using it, then we have to serve it on the best way, and we have to put our efforts to provide the best technology to make things happen in the highest level of transparency and traceability. And moving forward to that, we created something interesting which called the Halal Blockchain Center of Excellence. And the journey of this, whatever we will talk about in this presentation and this discussion today, is not a theoretical things we are planning to do, is not a roadmap we are thinking of. All what we will discuss and what you will see are products happening in reality that you can all start using it, and you can all start getting it as enabler to your halal journey. So when we talk about something called the Halal Blockchain Center of Excellence, what does it mean? It means it serves and enables the whole players in the halal trade finance, in the halal products, in the whole ecosystem during their journey. So it starts from the slaughtering, where it is monitored by artificial intelligence to make sure that it is happening in a halal way. It goes all the way to the halal certificate to be there on the blockchain. It's moving also to some interesting part, which is the finance traceability. We talk about the halal product traceability, but the finance traceability is very important. Why? Because the halal is like a circle. And if there is one part of this circle is weak, it will impact the whole circle, and the whole circle will be very weak. Now, today we are having halal products, but the trade finance mostly is not happening in a halal way. It happens in a way that charge interest, that is doing riba. It impacts a little bit the circle. And then if we go a little bit down the line, we will find a lot of farmers and people who are growing, let's say, animals, cows, and others. They are getting loans from banks, and these loans are charged by, or banks are charging them interest. And this also impacts the circle. How to make this full circle halal 100%? We moved on the next step after the certification to the commodity trade finance, how to serve it on the blockchain, how to use the smart contracts, how to use the stable coins, because also the suppliers and buyers today are suffering from the money transfers all over the world. They are facing difficulty to receive their money. It takes longer. They are facing problems to create the trust between the seller and the buyer. And here, this all can be solved by putting the trade finance on the chain and using the smart contracts. We move a little bit down the line, we go to the logistic and supply chain, which we just heard an amazing information from Dr. Marco about it. So also, the halal supply chain needs a lot to serve it when it comes to traceability. People need to have access and need to see the information about the livestock and what's happening to it. They need to have information about the journey of the product whenever, since the time it leaves the farm or the store or the warehouse until it reaches to our table. People need to know what it happened and what are the stages it passed through, what are the weather conditions, temperature, humidity, logistics, storage conditions, and this is all today happening already there. And the final point, which is the loans, and this is happening actually through the sukuk. So what we are doing today, we are tokenizing the projects. We talk about agriculture, we talk about meat, we talk about many other projects, and after tokenizing them, we enable them under the Islamic sukuk, and the people can invest and provide the loan. So the community today will be part of this journey and will be part of this liquidity, and they will be not only just consuming, but they can use this mechanism to provide help and support, and also to benefit from whatever is being done through this technology. And of course, when we talk about blockchain, we are connecting it with the Internet of Things and the artificial intelligence, and this will help to enable the whole journey with a tool. Today we are passing through a very important revolution, what we call it Web3. Web3 means blockchain, means AI, means crypto, means metaverse. If we are not using this all today to enable the transparency and traceability and serve the community, it will be a big point that the history will mention it about us. And I was also listening to Dr. Muhammad Akal when he said technology is not just a tool today, it's a must, it's a necessity to be used to make this journey successful. So we have spoke already about using the AI for slaughtering, using the certificates, the halal and the Sharia finance. But what I want to show you today is all what I was just talking about that is happening now in reality, and all products are available. You are all welcome to use it. And you just need to join our blockchain. We are not charging anyone for using this. Please be part of this journey and enjoy this technology. I'm showing just some of the screens for you. This is part of the product that is being used for the supply chain tracking and traceability. You can see in the first screen the livestock and the quantities and the situation, the conditions, and whatever is happening there. The other screen you can see that is the humidity is monitored, the temperature is monitored, the whole storage conditions are monitored, and this is part of the system that's already there and can be used today. Here, there is something interesting which is called the Halal Digital Product Passport. So when the product is passing through all of these stages, it's getting a halal digital passport. This getting it a very best level of quality because it has all the information, all the track record for everything it passed through until it reached to the table. The future of halal product is not just to receive it and consume it, and is not just by we look at the product and we see the logo, we say, yes, oh, it's written halal, then this is halal. No, the journey or the future of it will be is to scan the code that gives me all the information that we used in order to produce the halal digital passport. So the people will see the slaughtering, will see the certificate, will see the trade finance, will see the logistic, will see the supply chain, will see everything. I mean, the consumer will be able to trace all this information, which is the highest level of traceability and transparency. And I want to show you example. We have already done, as we discussed as part of the products, the halal certificates on the blockchain. In Brazil, currently, we're doing it with Fambras. Hopefully, all the halal food certificators, we are inviting you. We are happy to collaborate and put the technology between your hands. This is example of the halal chain certificate, how it will be on the chain, how it will be the address. You can see the address on the screen on the left, and you can see all the records where it shows you all the information. And it is on a community governance blockchain. No one can change this information or play with it. It's passing through thousands of validators from different places in the world that are validating every transaction. On the right hand, you will see the halal certificate there, where the people, when they just scan the QR code, they can see it, but it's not just to see it as a digital version, but they will see it happening on the blockchain, and in future it can be used as a base for many, many, many different transactions. So this is what I want to convey to you today. This is what I want to speak about. This is what I want to tell you, that the whole journey we're talking about is reality today, and we will be more than happy to help and serve and support. And I'm excited also to learn today from the other speakers and see how we can enrich our journey and our services. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Muhammad Alkaf. Very interesting. When the blockchains, with the blockchain, I think three aspects: lack of transparency, complexity and fraud, and also limited traceability, we can solve using that kind of technology. Very interesting, but I have a bold note about the community governance blockchains. I think that's the challenge, how we can connect our blockchains each other among the halal players. Thank you, Mr. Muhammad. Okay, continue with Professor Yandra. Professor Yandra, yeah? You have a
Yes.
test case for the BPJPH and
Yes.
EPB University. Please, Prof.
Slide, please. Not yet. Slide. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. We'll be talking about the blockchain. Yeah. Just to continue what Brother Muhammad Al-Kaf have been explaining you. Now I'm explaining the Indonesian experience to use blockchain. Actually, Indonesia, we have been starting to use digital technology, not only digital technology, advanced digital technology since 3 years ago. So the first phase, we just use AI for data preparation because the data in our information system is not prepared well. Second is second meaning the last year, we were building what we call the AI-based certification plus blockchain ready, blockchain ready halal certification. Not blockchain yet, but we have make the data, make the system ready to be applied in blockchain system. Because blockchain is very advanced technology. We cannot just, transform from for example, the existing Indonesian information system jump to blockchain technology. We have to, manage it first. We have to make it up first. So the second year, last year, we did that. And this year, we with BPJPH is now, making or building what we call fully blockchain-based halal traceability system. This about me. That's just my CV. So from X20 last year, one of recommendation is to use blockchain and AI technology in halal system. So with this message, we want to apply AI in blockchain technology in our existing halal system. Oh, next. Oh. I press it already, okay. This is the outlines. I will be talking about AI, blockchain, and AI for halal system. Next, why? Okay, this is about AI. So actually, what kind of AI? What AI that have already been applied to Indonesian halal system? So I just want to refresh you what AI. AI is actually a computer program. It's not, living thing, not a things. It's just computer program that make to imitate human thinking process. So the part of computer science concerned with the design that exhibit human intelligence. Why we use this technology? Because halal certification in Indonesia is millions. If we ask human to do the certification, it takes maybe 100 or maybe 1,000 years, even with 1,000 people or maybe 10,000 people to do that. That's why we need machine, smart machine to do that. We have started to use this 3 years ago. So this is actually the tools of AI that we use in our system. We have been using the system, what we call the deep learning, the fuzzy logic, the expert system, genetic algorithm. We all of them have been using in our system to help humans, Instead of employing thousands of humans to process millions of certificates, we just use maybe 5 human and maybe less than 10 smart machines. That's happening now in BPJPH. You can see the difference. More than 700% increase in certification process in our Indonesian certification. So this is another tools listed here. Yeah, a lot of tools like gradient boosting and so on. What I am presenting here, just to let you know, AI is not intuition. AI is scientific based. You can see strong mathematical background behind the AI machine. Yeah, we use this all. Yeah, not replacing human by just speculation and so on. We use rigorous scientific techniques that call artificial intelligence. The benefit of AI is, of course, consistent, more precise, and also can solve large-scale and complex problems. Millions of certificates can be done only in minutes, maybe. Okay. So, what AI in Halal version in 2003, we have used AI for data grouping. A lot of data is entered to the system. A lot of, in Indonesia, maybe millions of food types in Indonesia. How can we group that? Yeah, how can we make a group that this food is similar to each other? Yeah, like rujak, like whatever, gado-gado, a lot of similar food. So now the first thing we need to analyze by AI is how to group. How can we make a group of food? Yeah, so data grouping. Similar to that is data clustering. We cluster the data into similar, characteristic. This is not an easy task. Why we need machine? Why we need smart machine to do that? And also data trimming, because a lot of unused data is entered. Yeah, unvalid data is entered. Yeah, just a lot of very long data then enter, and we don't need to all of them. Yeah, so we need to trim the data. Yeah, and we also need the data analytics and also input error diagnostic. So because the system will be used by small and medium enterprise, people. This is some of them only education only of primary and secondary education. So they had what they call this very complicated problem, very complicated system. That's why if they put the data in wrong manner, we can do it automatically. We can revise that automatically. So what is the result? This is the result. AI for halal certification. We can increase, as been said by Pak Muhammad Akil, it increased by 700% in 2000 and 2003, and this year 2000 and 2003 also increased because now it's still October. We don't have the data yet, but it is predicted to increase more. And total certification right now is 5 million. This is the great achievement of using machine, smart machine, instead of using human. So now we are talking about blockchain technology. What is blockchain is already introduced before. I want to repeat that blockchain is similar to AI. Blockchain is computer program. Again, it is computer program that put on your computer. For what? Blockchain is to record the transaction. Every transaction from end to end, from upstream to downstream, from slaughtering to your plate, every transaction is recorded. And the characteristic of blockchain, the recording system is 3D, trusted, transparent, and traceable. Why? Because the data recorded in blockchain put in a block, and the block is chained with another block with cryptographic system that is very secure, hash with 256, password with 256 characters. That's impossible to fraud, impossible to break that codes. So our record system is very trusted. And what another characteristic is every record is distributed to every stakeholders. So in this case, the record system can be seen by all stakeholders. So this makes the system is transparent and traceable. Not only whole, not only in one stakeholder, not only, mastered by one stakeholder, as in centralized system. So this is the unique characteristic of blockchain. That's why, here we can see blockchain is already done this. That's why the characteristic of blockchain is 3D, seen by all, and then can be traced easily, and then also because blockchain you can do tracing and tracking easily. And number 2 is we use cryptographic system to protect the data that have been put to the blockchain. So by using this characteristic, we can see that every record from end to end, from slaughterhouse, for example, then transportation, halal logistic, you cannot mix halal meat with the other halal, with non-halal meat, pork, for example. How can you trace that? How can you prove that? You have to have a good, transaction system, a good recording system. Otherwise you cannot, people cannot believe that this is not following the halal logistic system. So that's why we use blockchain. Okay, not this one. Okay, illustration of blockchain. I will skip this. And blockchain for halal traceability, as you can see here, we start from cattle farms and then move to slaughterhouse, wholesaler, and then shipping line, cold storage, truck, raw material warehouses. We start from the beginning, from A to Z, and we follow the journey of the materials. And most importantly, we make a recording system, trusted, traceable, and transparent recording system. Otherwise, you can mix, for example, halal slaughter meat with non-halal slaughter meat, or maybe with non-halal like pork and so on. You can mix together. We cannot prove it by using laboratory tests, but we prove that by seeing the transaction record. If the transaction record is not trusted, not transparent and traceable, then you can see, you can prove that this, we can prove the authentication of the meat, and the journal are also following the halal logistic system. Okay. So this is the illustration here. We start with from the beginning. Only one record, and then 2 record, 3 record, 4 record, and at the end of 5 record. And most importantly, every record can be seen by all, even though the recording system is still from slaughterhouse to supplier, for example. Everybody, every party in the in the supply chain can see the transaction process. So that makes the process is transparent and traceable. Yeah. So this is actually the big difference between traditional recording system. Even though they use computer but not use blockchain, yeah, they can fake it because it only seen by one person, not every parties.
Prof,
Okay.
you still
Yeah.
have 1 minute.
1 minute, yeah, okay. I can skip this. So what documents are stored in the blockchain in Indonesian blockchain system? You can see here, sales, purchase, health certificate, cargo description, inspection. Yeah, we put all this kind of data already in our system. So in our blockchain. So that's why we believe that using this data, we can prove the authenticity of our halal supply chain. Okay. Okay, it's done already, explained already. This is already been said, trusted, transparent, and traceable. So just using by single, QR code, you can trace, you can trace and track, the halal meat in your fridge, you can trace, where it come from, authentication, fraud or not, and following the halal logistic system and all that. Okay, then the next step is we are planning to build the blockchain that can be integrated with the other blockchain. Our blockchain system, Indonesian blockchain system, is designed to be able to integrate with the Southeast Asian blockchain, for example, Malaysia, Singapore, Brunei, and also other countries. And of course, the ultimate goal is to make world blockchain platform that can be used by all, including, of course, Indonesia. That's all of my presentation. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Prof. Yandra. Very interesting that Indonesia already started since 2021, and that's already 3 years, and keep developing. I think it impact very aggressively when we have the number of certifications in Indonesia that we need to certify. Okay, let's move to the last speaker, Mr. Daud. Mr. Daud is certification manager. So we can see from the industrial practice how to implement blockchain technology. Please, Mr. Daud.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Can you hear my voice? A bit low. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alaikum salam.
My name is Daud Gushan. I'm very honored to participate in this discussion with the wealth of these experts. Dr. Marco spoke about the logistics, and we had blockchain, and then we have the professor talking about how this has been applied in Indonesian setting. So my role is just as an halal certification board. So my role is as an halal certification body to see how this blockchain can be applied in our halal certification process. And for the interest of this, my PhD research is about this, applying how we can apply blockchain technology for halal traceability process. So to start with, we all know as an halal certification bodies that halal certification is a process that we want to ensure all and every product that we are certifying meets the Sharia or the Islamic guidelines, as well as the importing country's requirement. So by using the blockchain, we want to address this issue of traceability. So as the professor said, for me to explain what the blockchain is in a very small, detailed word, is that it's a digital decentralized, and it allows us, as the halal certification bodies and everyone else, to store all the information that we require in a distributed network called nodes. And each transaction is then entered and recorded into blocks. So it starts with nodes and then blocks. And then when these blocks are linked together chronologically, they become chains. And that is the blockchain. So the core features of this blockchain is, number one, transparent from our halal certification point of it. Each and every person that's participating in that network views all the transactions. So it's very transparent. It's immutable, which is when the information is entered, it cannot be altered without the approval of others. It's also decentralized, as the brother said, that if you own the network and you put the information by yourself and you put the certificate and you certify it, you're doing everything and policing everything. So this one is decentralized if we use it the other way. So in terms of halal supply chain, blockchain is increasingly these days used in the supply chain. And that makes that technology available to us and as an halal certification bodies. And this shows that whenever we use a technology like that, it cuts the time, it shows the transparency, and it also improves the system that we're doing. So at this stage, the current halal certification process, as the brother says as well, we have challenges. And one of the challenges is lack of transparency. The network that we are working in is very complex, starting from the farm to the producers, to the slaughterhouses, to distributors, to storage, to a transportation. And to verify information manually on these becomes very difficult. Other problem is also disconnected. So each system is disconnected from the other, making it harder even if we want to verify. One of the challenges also, as we said, and we see it many times, is the counterfeit certification. We facing a forged and fake certification systems that has been copycat. The blockchain technology takes that away from the world. And also, what about the customer trust and erosions? When it comes to the counterfeit, the customers are also suspicious and says, is this halal certificate correct? Every single day, we receive emails, we receive calls about other certification bodies, or even the customers inquiring about a certification that they have seen. If there is a way of the customers having that trust and trace all of this halal certification process, it would have been better. We also have a traceability issue at the same time. Why blockchain technology for halal certification? Why are we using or wanting to move halal certification, wanting to move for blockchain technology? Number one problem of transparent. Now it enhances transparent. So one of the key strength of the blockchain technology is the whole supply chain is transparent. Because everyone and anyone who is involved in that supply chain can easily verify all these informations. The second benefit is the real-time auditing for us and halal certification bodies. When we are auditing, it takes time and it takes a lot of effort. If there is a way where you can verify how many non-halal products or non-halal bodies that has been generated from this slaughterhouse in real time, and you can see and trace every single carton right in front of you. In a matter of minutes, it will cut the time of auditing. Also, it prevents fraud. So there is, if the system cannot be altered, it makes everything real and prevents that fraud. It also improves traceability at the same time, and it makes everything feasible. So let me just quickly explain how it works when it comes to halal certification process. When is the certification request is submitted by a client, a process is initiated. And this process begins with the manufacturer or with the client applying the halal certificate through the blockchain technology. And this allows this digital application to have all the details of the product, all the information is needed, all the documents that are required in real time. And whenever this information is entered, it's straight away transparent. And anyone that can log in or have an access of that could definitely verify that very easily. So when this application is received, then a smart contract is generated. And this smart contract, it shows the specific steps, specific criteria, regulations, standards that the client has to apply before having this halal certification, and it makes it very easy. And this automation gives an advantage for us. Since the whole process is clear. Let's say that someone wants to import to Malaysia. So by having that smart contract created, they will see all these Malaysian standards or Indonesian standard or GSO standard that they want to apply, and they will clearly verify and see the standards and requirements before they have even applied. It has also a real-time data entry. As we all understand, manual auditing and manual collecting information is when it comes to halal certification is problematic. You can sometimes lose papers. You can sometimes lose notice. Sometimes it could be altered. Sometimes you to the audit, and we have seen it, we have in mind, and we haven't even recorded or written it down as a note, and boom, later on you forget everything. So that takes all this problem away, as there is a real-time data entry. So there is a customer access as well. So customers have a transparent, when it comes, so they can scan the QR code, and from A to Z trace all the way back. That takes the hassle problem out of the customers, and when the customers are happy, businesses are happy, and it builds the trust. What are the benefits of the stakeholders? So there are stakeholders here. We are as a certification bodies, manufacturers are stakeholders, regulators are stakeholders, customers are stakeholders. So each one of them has got a benefit when it comes to using blockchain technologies. For us and as a certification body, it's an extremely streamlined process. The whole process becomes an easier. It improves trust, it improves documentation. It will be easier even for us when an accreditation body like BPJPH comes to audit us. All the data is truly available right in the fingertip, and you can show it. At the same time, also, it has a benefit for manufacturers. It reduces administrative burdens, it reduces all of these costs and time consuming, and it increases their market access at the same time. When it comes to consumers, it's very clear that it's a transparent. Consumers can have a clear access of all the product from A to Z to certification. They can access the halal certificate. They can see when the halal certificate expires. They will see all the ingredients that has been added into this product, and it easily creates that trust. And when it comes to the regulators, it's a unified compliance. So it provides a tamper-proof system where all of these standards can be already applied in one single platform. Having said that, there are potential challenges when it comes to applying blockchain technology. And one of them is the cost of the technology. In fact, it's not easy, and it would add more cost for the consumers that are using the blockchain technology. But when you look, the problem is that problem and the time consuming that it causes if problem happens down the track, the backlash that comes to the company, the income that they will lose while we are investigating all of these halal and non-halal products, it outweighs the initial cost and continuous cost of setting up. Also, one of the problems is integration, as they said, with other traditional systems. We're all using computers. Some of us store their data online. Some of them store their data on their own computer. Integrating all that traditional systems is also problematic. Also, one of the key challenges is the stakeholder adaptation. People are very suspicious when it comes to blockchain. A year or 2 years ago, if you heard blockchain, it comes into your mind, something else comes to your mind. So that could be a challenge. Now I will conclude of the future outlook when it comes for our halal certification for blockchain. It increases when the adaptation is increased and everyone is adapted to using blockchain technology. It definitely will reduce the cost because everyone is using it, and it increases the awareness, and this is likely to become in the future a standard in halal certification. In halal certification. And also, since we have too many different standards that we have to apply, we have MS 1500, we have standards of Indonesia, we have GSO, different GSO standards. This blockchain might pave the way in the future for unifying global halal certification standards that everyone can easily apply. And this could be the future outlook. And I will conclude that. Thank you very much. Jazakumullah khair.
Thank you, Mr. Daud. Very interesting. So we can see the benefits from the blockchain technology and also the challenge. I want to go more deeper to Mr. Daud. I think a lot of people here, especially from the halal certification body, want to implement the blockchain technology. If you have a clue how much the cost for implementing blockchain technology for the certification, halal certification process?
I don't honestly know what the cost would be because organizations are different. Clients that we're certifying are also different. I don't know exactly what the cost would be, but what I'm sure in person is that by adopting these technologies, I definitely have a feeling and believe that the benefit of using it will definitely outweigh the cost. Whatever the cost is, the benefits that will come up would outweigh it. But I don't have any figures on the cost.
Okay, thank you, Brother. Maybe Mr. Mohammed can answer the question. You have experience.
Yes, thank you. Yeah. Well, this is an important question, actually. And before I answer right away about the cost, I want to mention one important part, that when certification body will build their own blockchain, is a good step, but we will end up with many blockchains. How many certificators we have in the world? So many. If everybody will do his own, then that's a lot of blockchains, and then there will a lot of integrations. This is point number one. Point number two, it will be a permission-based blockchain. Like they will be the one who puts the permissions for it, and the level of transparency will be less. And now point number three, they will bear the cost, and they will pay for the technology, they will pay for the maintenance, they will pay for the services. Today, we reduce this cost for the certificators to zero. We have the technology, whatever we presented and I spoke about today, it's all yours. You can use it for free. You don't have to pay for it. You don't have to do maintenance. You don't have to pay for services. Feel free to talk to us. We'll be more than happy to put it in your hands, and you can definitely use it as yours.
Yeah, thank you. But yeah, Mr. Mohammed, I think it's very interesting, yeah, because when we have togetherness, we have a common agreement, so we can implement blockchains with not only each of separate blockchains, but the blockchain with the global network. Okay. Continue that
Can
discussion
I add
about the global.
something?
Yeah, Prof.
In Indonesia also, as you know, that Indonesia have self-declare, right? In self-declare, that's for free. So blockchain use is also for free. Yeah? We may be charged, maybe, I don't know, because I'm developer. Yeah? BPJPH is the owner of the blockchain. For the middle industry, something like that. Apa namanya in bahasa Indonesia? Regular, ya,
Regulator.
Regular certificate. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
For the
Standard, yeah.
So, yeah, for big companies, yeah, charge might be applied, but I don't know how much. But as the technology is become, you know, more and more just like handphone, yeah, it's more cheaper. By the time it will be cheaper and cheaper. I don't think, yeah, the big company, yeah, will have the problems to adopt this technology. But for small and medium industry in Indonesia, for sure, it must be free. That's the regulation of Indonesian government. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. I think it's more interesting because BPGPH has their own blockchains. HAK also has their own blockchains. And I'm sure Jakim and others, maybe in the UAE, Saudi Arabia, all the big Muslim countries also have their own blockchain technology. I used to work with a bank before. You know, when bank do the transferring money, they are using a standard messaging that we call it Swift message. Swift message used by every bank in the world with the standard message. But all the bank has an agreement. This is the standard to confirm, the standard to transfer, the standard to receive the money. And my question to Prof. Yandra, if we want to have a global interoperability for the blockchains, how we should start? Do we need to have agreement common the country first? Or we can start from the small agreement among the halal players?
Okay, this is a very good question, because if we want to make a global blockchain platform, yeah, to support what we call global supply chain of food and others halal product, then we have a common methodology, yeah, common system to declare, to to decide this is halal or not. If we have this common methodology, problem solved. If not, we have to discuss, like here together we discuss how can we use the same, yeah, halal decision for every countries in the world. I think that's the answer.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll be at.
Please, maybe Mr. Mohammed, you have another opinion?
Yes, well, I will agree with the professor from the part of standardization, because we have, for example, AOF standards, we have another different standards in different countries. So, and this variety, actually, I see it is healthy, because it enriches the whole ecosystem, and it satisfies the people backgrounds and culture from religion point of view and their beliefs. When we talk about the technology itself, I think blockchain can be used in a global way, and every entity in every country or in every region, they can build their standards on the same blockchain. Even if there is small variety, that's fine, but they still can build on the same blockchain. They still can talk together and integrate together. And that's why I spoke about, for example, a community governance blockchain, because the question that will come here, everybody will say on which blockchain. So Indonesia has their own blockchain, Saudi has their own blockchain, other countries, they have their own blockchain. If we want to have a global one, which one of these all countries' blockchain we will use? The answer is we need the blockchain that's owned by the community and governance by the community, so it is a global actually, and it is owned by the whole people from every country. And then we can build on top of that. That's my point of view.
Thank you very much, Bravo. So I think it's very important, yeah. Today, I think in this Halal 20, I think we can start the global initiative to have the future global community for the Halal blockchains. Yeah. I'm back to Dr. Marco. Dr. Marco, you know the Halal supply chains is very complex, and among the network of the supply chains, people put control. So what are the current situations in the network of the supply chains for the control point, and how do you see in the future when people use technology like blockchain or even artificial intelligence, is it can improve the quality of the supply chains?
Thank you, Mr. Abdal. So most manufacturers, they have halal control points in their own operation, like at the factory or regarding procurement. So often they have two control points, procurement and production, but not further in their supply chain. So we need to, so companies need to have halal control points throughout their supply chain. So that's important, not only on the sourcing side, but also on the distribution side. So that's important, control points with the logistics service provider, control points also distributor, and control points also at retail. So the halal assurance system needs to be expanded by brand owners, so that's important. The problem is that there are halal supply chain standards, like developed by Malaysia, also OSC SMIC, but they have not prescribed the halal control points in the supply chain. So there are different interpretations regarding halal control points in the supply chain, and that results to unstable halal supply chains, end-to-end supply chain, but also an unpredictable halal integrity performance. And so it's important that there is harmonization on halal control points, and the blockchain technology can help to simplify halal. So if I'm exporting to Saudi Arabia or UAE, I have to follow the Saudi or UAE, the halal regulation. So the blockchain can help. What are the measures, control measures I should put in place? What are the guidelines regarding transport? What are the guidelines regarding storage? Do I need to do ritual cleansing or not? So ritual cleansing is important in the Shafi'i, but not in the Middle East, in Africa. So it's important that the blockchain can help. Well, if it goes to Malaysia and Indonesia, if we don't know what is the history of the container, we need to prescribe ritual cleansing. But not if it goes to the Middle East or Africa. So you can use blockchain technology to help in that. So halal, as halal is moving towards supply chain and value chain, a blockchain can be a great tool to simplify halal for brand owners and better protect the halal integrity performance and better protect the halal reputation. So I think that is critical.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Marco. It's very benefit, yeah, the blockchain technology to enhance the supply chain integrity. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I want to open 2 questions from the floor. If you have questions, you can raise your hand. Please, Mr. Somebody can help to give a mic. Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much for the informative presentation. Walid from CDL Halal, Brazil. And based on our experience, we know that companies are very reluctant in sharing data. Certified companies, you know, we have certain barriers. And blockchain is extremely valuable when you feed the system. Without the data, you know, you don't have the real value of blockchain. So knowing that, how can blockchain technology ensure transparency in the halal certification process while maintaining the privacy of sensitive business data shared by the certified companies? Because, you know, some cases you have industry secrecy, and, you know, there are many of barriers and confidentiality that you need to sign to get information so that you can have the whole holistic, you know, data. So in simple words, how can I balance data open or data openness with data confidentiality when using blockchain? Thank you. And the question is for whoever the speakers, you know, are comfortable in answering. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. From the Halal Brazil. Thank you. Another one question? So before we answer the question from Halal Brazil, I think.
Sorry, I have the
Okay.
mic.
Please.
I am Imam Nordin Tawil, HQC, Sharia member board. I'm a member of the Sharia board of HQC in Holland. I just have a question for Mr. Marco. I think the halal market is a very huge market, and the requirements of each Islamic country is getting difficult for the European companies or production companies who want to sell their products in the Islamic countries. But we know, as Muslim communities, we live in Belgium or in Europe, the ministers or the government or the political parties, they are against halal. You know, they have some laws, like example about stunning, you know. But my question is, if you know, the Islamic countries could ask the governments, the European governments, to change their law so that the companies, the European companies, can hit the requirements of the Islamic countries. So the halal market is very big, very huge. And I think we have to, like we have in Belgium, the government, it forbids to slaughter any kind of animal without stunning. And this causes a huge problem for the Muslim community in Belgium because they cannot consume meat which is slaughtered on the proper halal way. So I think if there will be a dialogue with the politicians so they can understand that halal, it affects also the economy growth in the European countries, because if those products don't hit and don't meet with the requirements of the different country, they will not be able to sell their products to the Islamic countries. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. The second question from Mr. Iman from the Holland. Okay, I think for the first questions, maybe Mr. Muhammad or Prof. Yandra can answer. more related to the technology. We know people in technology say we can mask the data, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
Maybe Professor can explain.
This question is about the data secret, yeah, the data privacy. Of course, not all the data have to be put in the blockchain. Blockchain can be private, can be public. Data also can be private, can be public. Not all of your data have to be shared by the other, and your company will be naked. Yeah? No secret, of course not. You can put the data on chain and off chain. The data that you put on chain is only the data that have to be known by others, not to be kept by yourself. Yeah, and this can be known by all parties or part of the parties, or what we call authorized parties. For example, we have just finished deliver a blockchain for our Ministry of Finance, blockchain for export and import. So the data, yeah, the peer that can be keep the data, yeah, that have the data, yeah, the data will only can be distributed to 9 ministry, 9 agency. For example, customs, ya kan, immigration, what else, ya, yang related to export and import, and not to the user, not the customer. Of course, they don't need to know about the data. That's the example of the data privacy or data secret. You still have your own data. Your secret of your company is still in your hand. You don't need to share all of the data. Okay, I think that's all. Okay, maybe you you want to more.
Maybe
to
Mr.
add more?
Mohammed can add.
Yeah,
More?
well, actually, Professor, he already addressed the question, mashallah, very professionally. I just want to add a small point that you control your data at the end of the day. If you share, it will be shared. If you hide, it will be hid. Blockchain will not force you to share it, unless by the law.
Yeah,
The law is requesting or instructing you to share a certain data, then this is a must to be actually declared and to be known by the others. For business protection, I want to highlight that always the business is protected by being transparent, by being more honest with the people, and by focusing a lot on development. From my point of view, the era of data and hiding it or privacy, we are in this era we live. With all technology, we see there is no privacy. Wherever your data is stored, even in your own servers, if someone wants to know it, he will find its way. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mohammed. I think, we sure data can be secure in the blockchain's chains of technology. So as long as we have regulations maybe, to keep the data, we can follow the regulations. Okay, back to the second questions. Mr. Dr. Marco, this is about the European,
Thank you for that question from HQC Belgium regarding the regulatory developments in the EU, which are not always supporting halal slaughter. I'm a Dutch from the Netherlands, and I've been trying to explain to the EU Commission that yes, halal is part of religion Islam, but halal is also about labeling law, right? So in the EU, if I put on an organic logo or fair trade logo and it is not, they will fine and probably close my business in the EU. If I put on any religious logo, halal or kosher, it is not, they will not do anything. We need in Europe to have the halal logo to fall under labeling law. And maybe you need to work also with the Jewish organization to make it happen. Work together. Halal should be fall under labeling law to protect your own halal logos, which you work for very, very hard. Second, the EU needs to have a European halal standard. A lot of regulation go to Brussels at the end. So also to improve your negotiation position with other Muslim markets, there would be benefits to have an EU halal policy or halal standard. And I'm most pleased to work together with your brothers and sisters. Finally, also what is needed. I work with a lot of multinational companies from France, UK, America, the Netherlands. Those guys have offices here, right? They know what are the emerging requirements. Those guys in Europe that don't have offices in Malaysia, Indonesia, have no idea what's coming. And they are surprised. They're very reactive. I think it's an important task also of the halal certification boards in Europe to do socialization with the industry, to explain that halal is not static, it's moving towards supply chain and value chain. This is roughly the time frame. Indonesia is implementing this 2024, 2026. Saudi Arabia, these are the developments. So some of you halal certification board, you see some posting on those regulatory developments. That third is also important, socialization. And that would prepare, I think, the halal industry. The big industries are very powerful in the EU. So if you have them on board, that these are the requirements. So if you want to export to Saudi Arabia, to the UAE, to Indonesia, I mean, if this is not in place, you can forget about it. You lose your license to export. Then Australia will take over, or New Zealand, or the Americas. So socialize, so you get also the support from those big brands in Europe to fight your case with those countries and Brussels. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Marco. I think there's very detailed explanations. Okay, I think we are at the end of our time sessions. But before we close the sessions, I want to ask every panelist to have only 1 minute closing remark and suggestions maybe from you. Maybe we can start with Mr. Daud first.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My 1 minute reminder as an halal certification body to my brothers and sisters in the halal certification is that the industry is changing. Standards, halal is becoming more standardized than it used to be 10, 20 years ago. So to be in the market and to be at the forefront, we definitely need to look into the technologies that are emerging. So don't be blinded. Don't just say no to anything. Understand the world is changing and the technologies are changing every now and then. So as a halal certification bodies, we need to adapt into that system and leave the old mentality way of thinking. Jazakumullahu khair.
Thank you, Mr. Daud. Prof. Yandar, please.
Okay, my statement is, today we are living in digital era, and also we are facing more complex and more large-scale problems. So then we need to use advanced digital technology such as AI, blockchain, IoT, and other digital technologies to help us not to replace human, but to help human to ease their task, so the human become more efficient, more productive, and also be able to make more precise decision in this complex and more difficult words. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Yandra. Mr. Mohammed, please.
I would say that at this event, I'm seeing a lot of variety of people and halal entities that are gathered under one umbrella, which is BPJPH. And we are in the biggest Muslim country in the world. Why I'm saying this? To have something global and something successful, we need a maestro. We need a godfather to be the umbrella where these all components will be gathered under. And the technology is there. The blockchain is there, the AI is there, everything is there, and the entity is there, and the intention to work together is there. We just need a godfather or a maestro to orchestrate this and put it all together, and it will find its way to success. And I believe that BPJPH is the one that can play this role. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mohammed. Dr. Marco, please.
Thank you. So we see the Muslim needs and wants evolving very fast in Muslim majority countries. We have seen, because of the conflict in the Middle East, Israel and Palestine, that the Muslim consumer will boycott, right? If your halal DNA is not at the right place. So the consumer has a big power. So this requires answers from the halal certification body. So I would like to congratulate, first of all, BPJPH for taking that bold step to make the halal supply chain mandatory by law. I think that is an important step, I think the right step, and I think a lot of countries will follow this, not only in Asia, but also the Middle East. We need to simplify halal, so I think halal ecosystems will be important to create the new Silicon Valley for the Muslim world. And also, I think technology will be critical, including blockchain, to make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Marco. So that's all from our honorable panelists today. I think we are agreed that blockchain technology is very important. A lot of benefits that we can have from the blockchain technology, from the transparency, traceability, and the digitalization will be part of this to make it more easier to help halal process in the future. But we want to move forward. We want to go to have a strong step in the future. So I think global governance for the halal future will be our homework. I am Afdal Aliasar. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yeah, back to MC.
Hello, sorry. A big thank you to our moderator and speakers for shedding light on such a critical topic. And next is the giving of memento and photo session. I would like to invite Mr. Muhammad Akhil Irham to memento and certificate to our speakers and moderators. Here's from Mr. Muhammad Akhil Irham to Mr. Daud Gusha. Can I have a round of applause for our speakers? From Mr. Muhammad Akil Irham to Mr. Yandra Arkiman. Thank you. The applause, please. From Mr. Muhammad Akil Kirman to Mr. Muhammad Al-Khaf Al-Hishmi. And from Mr. Muhammad Akil Kirman to Mr. Marco Tiemen. Last but not least, from Mr. Muhammad Akil Girman to our moderator, Mr. Abdal Al-Khassar. Let's have a group photo together and let's capture this wonderful moment. Please move to center a beat. Okay. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Smile. 1, 2, 3. Please give them a round of applause. And thank you. Now you may have your seats. Thank you. Thank you again to our moderator and our speakers. Now, let's take a quick break time before we dive into our next topic, where we'll be discussing the regulation updates. Please be back promptly for what promises to be an insightful session. So please take your short break, and I'll see you soon.
Cek. 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 Cek.
Ladies and gentlemen, please proceed to the event area and kindly take your seat. Our fourth session will begin shortly. Once again, please proceed to the event area and kindly take your seat.
Check.
Our next session is about to begin.
Cek.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to present our fourth session. So please kindly take your seat and enter the ballroom because we're going to begin shortly. Once again, please proceed to the event area and kindly take your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please proceed to the event area and kindly take your seat. Our fourth session is about to begin. Once again, our seminar session is about to begin, so ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat and enter the event area. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome back. Welcome back to the third H20 Conference 2024. Up next, as we promised, we will be having a discussion about regulation update. I would like to invite Mr. Muhammad Zen, the head of General Affairs and Finance of BPJPH, BPJPH. BPJPH is Badan Penyelenggaraan Jaminan Produk Halal, Halal Assurance Organizing Agency, or Indonesia Halal Authority, is a body responsible certificate for halal product in Indonesia. BPJPH also recognize halal certificate from other country as long as conformity with Indonesia halal standard. Mr. Muhammad Zen is responsible during work in BPJPH, organizing halal event domestic and globally, preparing halal standard, halal assessment to various countries, and developing halal cooperation globally. Please welcome once again, Mr. Muhammad Zen.
Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Brothers and sisters, are you still there? Please raise your hand. Can you stand up? Okay. Please stand up, all of you, and raise your hand. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's allow me to invite the speaker for the last session. Firstly, we will invite Mr. Bisma Hairil Fadil. Please come to the stage, Mr. Bisma. And secondly, we invite Mrs. Lady Yulia. Please come to the stage. Thank you. And the third, we will invite our brothers, Mr. Giri Cahyono. Thank you, all speakers already here, that we will discuss very interesting in the last session, because our topic is we will update you currently how the Indonesian halal regulation. I think it is very interesting topic for this session. And we already explained and we already invite the speakers. Brother Bisma, he is BPJPH legal. So he knows deeply about the process updating of Indonesian regulation. And Miss Yulia, he is also one of BPJPH expert. He's an expert in halal authentication. And Mr. Giri, also one of our expert in BPJPH. He is working in BPJPH laboratory. So please give applause for all the speakers. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, for the first speaker, we will invite Mr. Bisma to deliver his speech. Now, time is yours. we will give you times about 15 minutes from now, please.
Thank you, Mr. Zain. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillahi hamdan kasiran thayyiban mubarakan fih. Allahumma sholli ala Muhammad wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajmain amma ba'd. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to extend my warm greeting to each of you for taking the time here for this today's session. It's really a pleasure for me. It's an honor for this opportunity to share the regulation update for the halal in Indonesia. As we may know, Indonesia is the largest Muslim population, maybe around the world. So I think it's our duty as the government to ensure that the products, especially the consuming products, to meet the halal standard, so everybody in Indonesia, the peoples, will feel safe when they're consuming their products. I think that's the main reason why the Indonesia established this regulation, the halal regulation, because the protection for the people. But I think today the reason is increased, so it's not about the religious obligation, but it's also, this regulation is also have the main factor for our country, especially for the trade and business. So I hope today we can provide you about the information of the halal regulation in Indonesia, the update, the latest, the current update, and then help you, each of you, understanding the halal market in Indonesia. Okay, let's get started. Next slide, maybe. Today we will, I'm sorry. Oh, gitu ya. Okay. Today we will exploring about the crucial aspect of the halal Indonesian regulation, especially for the law of number 33 of 2014 about the halal product assurance, as amendment with the law number 6 of 2023, shortly about job creation. I said shortly because, well, to be honest, the real name for the regulation is quite long. So shortly, it's about the job creation. All right, this is I think this is the common knowledge, but I want to say that Indonesia adheres civil law, so we're not adheres the common law. So basically, I want to say that Indonesia, with the civil law, really heavily relies on the written regulation, which is established by the government. So everything in Indonesia, especially for the administration, business administration, we have to do that according to the law. And here is the hierarchy, the law and regulation in Indonesia, just for the common knowledge for all of you. The first hierarchy, the main source of our law is the Constitution. It's 1945 Constitution of the Republic of Indonesia. And then the Decree of the People Consultative Assembly. And then the third is the laws, or maybe a government regulation in lieu of laws. Well, honestly, I don't really know about the right term for the government regulation in lieu of law, but basically this regulation is established by the government, by the president, for some kind of emergency situation which needed fastly respond by the government. So I just asked the Google what is the name of this product, and the Google said this, the government regulation in lieu of law. And then the fourth, the government regulation, and so on, the minister regulation and the others. Here's the products of the regulation. The first regulation, the law of the Republic Indonesia, number 33 of 2014 about halal product assurance. As amendment, I'm sorry, it's a mistake. It should be 2023, the law number 6 of 2023 about the job creation. This is the content of the law number 33 of 2014. It's regulate a lot about the first, of course, the BPJPH, the Halal Product Assurance Organizing Agency, and then the Indonesia Ulama Council, MUI, the HDB, the Halal Auditor, Business Actor, Halal Supervisor, Material and Halal Product Process, then Halal Certification. So we can know a lot about the halal in Indonesia if we read this regulation. And then this is the amendment. It should be the law number 6 of 2023 about the job creation. This is the new law, but this is the amendment for the law of 33 of 2014. So basically, there are two laws that still we use in this Indonesia for the halal. The first, the law number 33, and then the law number 6 for this job creation. There was a shifting paradigm from the law of law number 6, law number 33 to law number 6, because in the law number 6. The name of the law is the job creation. So why is job creation? Because in this law, the government of Indonesia make the omnibus law, some kind of law that regulate a lot of sector in Indonesia, and it also added the halal sector. And then in the halal sector, the law number 33, there are several actor that have like the halal supervisor, halal auditor, and then halal slaughter. That's why the amendment is on this regulation, the law number 6 of 2023. So there is shifting paradigm from the protection to the economic paradigm also. This is the hierarchy for the regulation. The first, of course, the one I said is the Constitution, but the Constitution still not mentioning about the halal. We can see halal regulate. The first on the law of the Republic of Indonesia is the law number 33 and law number 6. And then the second is the government regulation. You can see, you can have a lot of more information about the halal, the technically detailed through the government regulation number 39 of 2021. And then more technically, like the regulation of the Minister of Religious Affairs, until the regulation of the head of the agency. And this is the regulation update we want to share to you. So currently there is discussion, the revise of the government regulation number 39 of 2021. There are several issues. The main points is like to number 1 to number 4. So it's about the scope for the halal inspection body for the HCB, and then the revocation of halal auditors. And then the third, I think it's quite important, is the implementation of halal product assurance system. Basically, this is surveillance. So this is the answer for you if you want to know that there is no validity period anymore in the halal certificate that we have after the law number 6. So to make the surveillance, we use this, the implementation of the halal product assurance system, the implementation of SGPH. And then the divided for the determination, for the determination of product halal fatwa. The fatwa can be established by the MUI, and then the provincial MUI, district city MUI, and the Aceh Ulama, and the Halal Product Fatwa Committee, which is belong to government. And then there is also the mechanism for halal certificate renewal. So our halal certificate there is no validity period, but if there is renewal, you have to inform to the BPJPH and then do some renewal. And then the relaxation of the halal certification obligation, I think this is also important. So I cannot say a lot about this, but until it's signed by the president. But the relaxation is quite likely to have for the small entrepreneur, medium entrepreneur, and then for the small and the micro entrepreneur, and then for the import product. But we have to wait the confirmation until the regulation is signed by the president. Also, there is regulation of non-halal labeling in this new regulation. So we will give a standard about how that non-halal labeling will be. Also the simplification for the supervision, micro and small business. Basically, this update is talking a lot about how we give the ease of business for our domestic business actor. This simplification of the halal certification procedure. The first, I want to say that BPJPH, the difference between BPJPH with the other halal body, especially on the outside our country, that we divided this in Indonesia into 3 actors. So the first is the BPJPH. We have the administration, the administration actor, the regulatory, and the leading sector. And then the second is the scientific actor, which is in SCB. And then the third, fatwa actor is on the MUI, the Ulama Council. So we divided it into 3. So the first is when you want to have the certification, you have to register it to the CHalal. It's the website or the online system with BPJPH developed. And then the BPJPH will review the submit material. And then the HCB inspect the product and the process. MUI determine the fatwa. And then the certificate issuance by the BPJPH. Maybe why we divided it into 3 actors, because the difference in our country that this country is the Muslim population, largest Muslim population, and we have to divide it to make it clear. So there is a separation between the government, the HCB, and the fatwa. So basically, it's to make no intimidation or no make the halal standard the impartiality, the independency for the actor, each actor. Yeah, this is the the process. The BPJPH have the role of administration, and
Brother Bisma, you only have 1 minute
then
more.
1 minute more. Okay, I will fast forward. Maybe you already know this about the halal inspection. Yeah. And then maybe this is the last information that I want to share to all of you, that since the law number 6 of 2023, there is a significant process. I think it's not the updated. So basically, so it should be more than the 4 million. But basically, I want to say that from the law number 33 to law number 6, there is a significant progress to the certified that issue. Also, the service level agreement from it's almost 1 year in 2019, and now in 2023, it's on the 30-day. We hope that in this year, we can make it to the 21 days. Okay, I think that's all the information I want to share to you. Thank you for your attention.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Bisma Khairil Fadir from BPJPH Legal. Brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, before we move to another speakers, I have very important question, and I think I received so many questions from all the world, from all the CBs in the world, regarding with the update of the regulation. The question is the deadline of mandatory, it will be on 17 October 2024, or it will be postponed? Maybe you can explain to the audience the current status of the deadline of mandatory of halal. It will still on 17 October this year. It's around 1 week next, because now it's 10 October, you see, and 17 October will be mandatory. How about it? Can you explain?
Yeah, maybe I already explained it on my previous slide, but it's on general statement. But I cannot say a lot because it's not signed. We don't know when it will be signed. Will be after the 18th October? But if we, let's say it's before the 18th October, so it will be, I think, divided into 3. The first, 2024, it's still for the medium and large enterprise, and then 2026 for the micro and small enterprise in the domestic, and then 2026 for the import product. I think it should be like that, but the confirmation, we have to wait for the sign of the regulation.
Okay, thank you for the explanation. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we continue to the next speakers. We will invite Mr. Giri Cahyono. Mr. Giri Cahyono is one of our senior official in BPJPH, have so many experience to be assessor in many countries. So he will share his experience how to trusted halal testing. Now, time is yours. We give you 15 minutes from now.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Zen. Brother and sister, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, thank you very much for taking your time to sit and hearing us in this. Actually, Mr. Bisma already explained more about the regulation update. Yeah, I think it's more comprehensive that we have here before, and this session is supporting discussion because based on the experience of some assessment in some countries, there is a question about the laboratory. How laboratory can coordination with halal certification agency. Yeah. So maybe this is not so many things, but I think it is important to support what Mr. Bisma already explained. The title is Toward Trusted Halal Testing Through Collaboration in Implementation of ISO 70025 and Halal Regulation. As we know, not all countries have the halal certification agent have laboratory. Some of them have MOU with another laboratory. And of course, there is many kind of laboratory. What kind of laboratory that we can making MOU to increase what we said that your result will be better and trusted. So the choice of the laboratory is important thing. One important thing that we should considering. Yes. This slide is already explained more with Ms. Bisma. That, of course, all of the regulation is from the 1945 Constitution State. There's the every citizen to embrace their respective religion and to worship according to the religion and beliefs. And because of that, in 2014, law number 30, like Mr. Bisma already said, that concerning halal product guarantee was issued. And then strengthened by law number 6 of 2023 concerning about job creation. Yes, and BPJPH is organization, government organization that must have an amanah to do this guarantee of halal product. Next. BPJPH of based on the law, there is 10 aspects that that BPJPH must do. Yeah, but this is already Mr. Bisma explained. Yeah, next one. Yes. In BPJPH, we separate in 3 responsibility about the implementation of guarantee of halal product. Divide implementation of halal registration and certification in Indonesia. The second, implementation of guidance and supervision of halal product guarantee. And the third, implementation of cooperation and preparation of halal standard. This is the main job of halal BPJPH that divide into 3 center and 1 secretary in organization of BPJPH. How about laboratory? Laboratory, the role of laboratory in halal product guarantee based on the Article 517 of the regulation of the Minister of Regulation of Republic of Indonesia, number 72 of 2023, that explain that halal laboratory is the one of the function of developing and supervising halal product guarantee. So the main job of laboratory, especially in halal laboratory BPJPH, is have a function to developing and supervising halal product guarantee. Next. About the more detail about the role and function of BPJPH Halal Laboratory, based on the regulation previously, there is a four function and rule. First is as an instrument for monitoring halal product guarantees. That our instrument must be guarantees that halal product is monitored in the Indonesia. And the second is for second opinion if there is a problem with the test result between laboratory. In Indonesia, there are some laboratory that have function as halal testing. So sometimes there is a dispute happen. So if there is dispute happen in their testing, so BPJPH will do as a judge and collect them together and get some result. What is the result better than happen? I mean, how dispute is happen. So BPJPH will do some step to make a conclusion about this dispute. And then supervising and constants of halal testing lab that BPJPH do supervising by take a sample in the market and make testing for supervision matter. And then the fourth, the determination of reference standard related to the product halal testing. It means that we will building more testing method because there are many kind of material that we should have a standard method or valid method. So it will be decrease the dispute potential. Next. This is, like Mr. Jan said, the experience of halal laboratory is do the routine supervision by taking sample in the market, and then overtime supervision, and supervision is carried out if there is something happen in the market or there is some product that we should testing because issue from people from consumer in Indonesia. Next. Yeah, it's the same with the, like previous explained that BPJPH has a function that making education and research and get more some testing methods for many matrix in the market because every matrix have a special treatment to test. Yeah, so actually we will. I hope we can making many standard method of every matrix, so we can decrease the dispute potential. Next. Yes, what we will do in lab halal laboratories, of course, in Indonesia, because halal is still new information, new based on our regulation. So we have to build step by step what is the priority testing for laboratory in Indonesia. So in Indonesia, we decide to make a halal testing laboratory guidelines. So if some laboratory still new in or is still new in established or still new in halal knowledge, so we issue the halal testing laboratory guidelines to help them to prepare the laboratory, include in halal testing. About the method, we prepare, of course, with cooperation with National Standard Board. There are two priority. I mean, in Indonesia, two priority test halal test according to the food is. We have an Indonesian standard, Indonesian national standard method in food is how to detection DNA porcine. This is using by real-time PCR. Yesterday, there is some country asked me that is it important? Is it must use real-time PCR? I think no need. If you have a conventional PCR, you can use this instrument, but you have to make some procedure that your procedure is a valid result. Maybe next will be explained with Mrs. Lady Julia about the validation and verification. Yeah. And the second, the halal tester method for the beverage product is how the detection the alcohol. In Indonesia, there we have from Indonesian Ulama Board, there is a standard minimum of alcohol content is 0.5%. So we have a method, of course, cooperate with Indonesian national standard. There is a method to detection and quantification ethanol in beverage product. Next. Yes, this is the function of laboratory development. Halal laboratory development at collaboration with the Halal Inspection Institute. As we know, in Indonesia there is like Mr. Bisma said, for certification process we have two methods. One is audit method, and second is a halal testing method, if necessary, especially for some product that it's difficult to treasure. So we use two methods. In Indonesia, halal certification process involve LPH, Halal Inspection Institute, that will audit the product and maybe testing the product. So LPH or Halal Inspection Institute have a laboratory or have cooperation with laboratory. So BPJPH will collaboration, education, and give some information about how to test the halal testing, especially for food and beverage, like previous explained. Next.
You have 1 minute more, Pak.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, next. This is some information that laboratory is Minister of Religion concern because laboratory have a very strategic function in certification process. Next. Yeah, as the title, that we have collaborate between laboratory management and regulation, fatwa regulation. Yeah. So in this 1 minute, maybe all of you, if you have a laboratory, maybe you have understand about this. But for some halal certification agency that don't have until now don't have a laboratory, there is some guidance about laboratory management. So next. This is the outline of laboratory management guideline that this is according to ISO 17025. So this outline is describe how the laboratory that you cooperate still achieve this requirement. General requirement, for example, how about the organization and quality system, it support with halal testing, resort requirement, how the accommodation and environmental condition, because for halal laboratory, especially in the NA testing, it easy to contaminate in the room of analysis. So it is a very potential to make the result is not good. Yeah. So resource requirement, especially in environment conditions, should be handling very good. And then test implementation requirement, how the sample handling and how the test implementation result reporting should consider about the contamination factor. And the last waste management requirement, what's the unique of halal laboratory is how we manage waste and how to distract waste, because our sample is once again is easy to contaminate. So the management to handling waste is very important. Maybe because only 1 minute until this, what I can really explain.
Time is over.
Yes. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Giri Cahyono, for very comprehensive presentation. And to our participants, don't worry if you wish to get the presentation we will share. Brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, let's continue to the next speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, why I'm talking ladies? Because the last speaker is Miss Lady. Please, Miss Lady, time is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Zain. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in amma ba'du. Brother and sister, praise and gratitude to presence of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, and prayers and greeting to the Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. The Honorable Head of BPJPH, Mr. Muhammad Akil Irham, Mr. Muhammad Akil Irham, I want to say thank you for always your supporting for BPJPH Halal Laboratory. Then all of delegates of halal institution and seminar participants. Hi everyone, brother and sister. I hope all of you are doing well. Thank you for coming to seminar H20. It's an honor for me to present in front of you all. But before I start my presentation, allow me to say thank you to my team, our team. Thank you to my team just for coming in hall. Head of BPJPH Halal Laboratory is Mr. Giri Cahyono. Then special for Miss Zakira Iskandar, then Mrs. Ade Marmita, Mrs. Nada Asrahanin, and the others. I am very proud of you all, my team. My presentation is a result of the halal testing of BPJPH laboratory. On this occasion, I would like to share information about our experience of testing a halal product. That concludes the importance of a verified and a validated test method. My topic is halal authentication in halal testing laboratory. Okay. In this presentation, I divided to two parts from this presentation that are A, validation of testing method, B, halal testing in laboratory. Okay, next slide. This is our reference. Okay. This slides the reason about the necessity of validating testing method. Why? The first, method validation is a critical step in ensuring the accuracy and reliability of test result. The second, this process involves a comprehensive evaluation of the method used, including consideration of factors such as measurement uncertainty and time efficiency. Okay, I don't have much time, Mr. Zen. The last, okay. A good validation report shows present data is clear and concise that it can be easily interpreted by the reader. Next slide. This slide is table is different between RT-PCR and LC-HRMS. RT-PCR is real-time PCR, and LC-HRMS is liquid chromatography, high-resolution mass spectroscopy. In the table, the different method can be seen from three aspects, namely definition, parameters, and example. Method validation is carried out when a method does not conform a standardized operating procedure. Parameter for validating the test method, namely the first, specificity, the second, sensitivity, third, linearity, then reproducibility, then PCR efficiency, and robustness. Okay, thank you, Mr. Zen. Okay, next slide. Meanwhile, method verification is carried out when the method is a method reference a standard method. The next slides explain the meaning and objective of the parameter required in implementing method validation and verification. But we don't have much time, so we move to next slide. Yes, slide number 9 until slide number 13 are work instruction for determining parameters during validation or verification of test method. We only have a little time, Mr. Zen. I hope you can read it yourself. We continue. Next slide. Next. Yeah. This slide explains the difference between sample that can be tested using by RT-PCR or LC-HRMS. That is, we divided principal, target, advantages, and but so we don't have much time. We move next slide. Okay. Brother and sister, we know pork products have a high level contamination. Therefore, in halal testing, this risk of contamination must have a concern. This slide about target. We use RT-PCR and LC-RMS. Why we concerned about that? In each method, some are detected, and some are not detected. Next slide. In slide, this slide, that is contamination checking was carried out by checking several points in the lab working area, in the laboratory working area. The results showed that at the weighing table and extraction refrigerator, that is, porcine DNA contamination was detected. This is something needs to be considered in DNA testing. Next slide. On this slide, our result testing sample used two methods. In each method, some are detected and some are not detected. Yes. Let me see. In determining this result, we do not say. In determining this result, we do not say there is or there is not. We don't say there is or there is not, but we say detected or not detected, because it is possible that by using another method, it will be detected. In the table, there are 4 samples tested with 2 methods, namely noodle 1, marshmallow 1, marshmallow 2, and marshmallow 3. This is our experience in BPJPH Halal Laboratory. Using RT-PCR, porcine is detected in noodle 1, while the other 3 samples were detected using LC-HRMS method. With this, it can be concluded that each method has a different specific target. Therefore, it is important to verify or validate the method for halal testing. I think it's enough, Mr. Jen. In this presentation, we underline important to use testing method relate to our target. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Ms. Lady Yulia, for very comprehensive presentations. Brothers and sisters, what we are just hear from all the speakers, this is what we are doing in BPJPH. So this is a real, it is non-theoretical. This is very actual. So please, if you still any question, any concern, we'll more explanation about what we are doing in BPJPH. Now I give you time, but just remain, now it's already 17 17 Indonesian time, it's mean 5 o'clock. So I will give you 3 participants to give question or comments. First, yes, Mr. Please explain yourself.
My name is Ahmed Hasib from Alwai Certification, Pakistan. I will repeat the question of Brother Zain because I didn't get the clear answer. From 17th of October 2024, which type of industries is necessary to get halal certificate from BPJPH approved bodies for exporting to Indonesia? Because the brother said the small enterprises, medium enterprises. What type of a small enterprises, medium enterprises? It shall be through categories of foods, I think so. Can you please clarify this answer?
Okay, thank you. Maybe we try to identify another question. Please, the next question. Yes, the lady from Japan. Oh, from Philippines. I'm so sorry. Please. Mr. Bisma, please ready to answer the question.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, everyone.
Alaikum salam.
I am Aisha from Islamic Dawah Council of the Philippines. I would like to address my question regarding on the implementation of the issuance of the halal certificate that has no validity. So as a halal technical auditor of IDCP, I would like to clarify if during the certification audits, like during documentations, we check all the raw materials and ingredients that are used during the process of that certain products. How can we confirm that the company who are already certified and issued halal certificates from the BPJPH are still compliant with your requirements, as there was no halal validity on your halal certificate? Thank you.
Okay, very good question about the expansion. Okay, and any others? We have still one, if any. Okay, please. Oh, this one, in the center.
This is Hind Hitomi Lemon from Japan Halal Association. I have two questions. First question to Mr. Bisma. In a last seminar that I had with the WHFC, we have heard that Muslim supervisor is maybe going to be not required to be Muslim, and is it going to be written in the regulation, revising the regulation itself, and then also the halal auditor, our halal auditors, required to be Muslim, but then again in the same as the first question, non-Muslim country like in Japan, it is very difficult to find the Muslim qualified and the capable auditors as a Muslim, but we have plenty of non-Muslim. As auditor's job to collect the information from on-site or from the documents, So as long as they can understand the language, then they can collect the correct information, accurate information. But then without the language, it is very difficult. So which means that the quality of the audit will be lower. So my question is that, is this point, halal auditor issue, also be lenient in regulation or not? And the question number 2, to Mr. Giri and Sister Yuria, since the guideline for the testing is going to be issued, then when can we have it? And does it mean that all the testing method is going to be specified according to the products or not? Thank you.
Thank you. So we already have question from 3 countries, from Pakistan, from Philippines, and Japan. Okay, we will give to the speaker to answers. First question is about the deadline of the mandatory, and secondly about how we can assure that the product is still halal, because we don't have the expiration date. It is the second question, and the third question is about the requirement for halal supervisor and halal auditor from Japan. Please, Mr. Bisma, to answer.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Zain. First, the brother from the Pakistan. From my explanation about the small enterprise, the medium enterprise, it's only implement for the domestic, for the Indonesian, Indonesian business actor. So it's not implement to the overseas. So the overseas only. So we have 4 categories. The first is the small and micro, and then the medium enterprise, the large enterprise, and then the importer, for the overseas, the enterprise. So for the overseas, we categorize it in the enterprise. So it's on the 2026, but I want to give some correction that 2026, we using the phrase no later than 2026, which means if we conclude that the condition have already established, maybe we can make it faster. Maybe 2025 we can implement it, but no later than 2026 for the import product. So the small enterprise, the medium enterprise, the large enterprise, it's only implement for the business sector in Indonesia, the local, for the local only. And then for the sister from the Philippines, I think the answer about the no validity period for our certificate is the answer is the implementation of the SGPH verification. I mentioned it before, and in my previous slide, there is a new implementation in our regulation. It's a verification. It's kind of verification. We give it name the verification for the implementation of SGPH, which is basically that is the surveillance. So it will conduct some surveillance and ensure that the certificate that already issued by the BPJPH still meet the halal standard, to ensure the halal standard is still meet the halal standard. So it's the answer for the for the no validity period, to ensure the no validity period they still meet the halal standard with the verification of the implementation of SGPH. But it's only implement for the certificate that issued by the BPJPH only, because BPJPH issued the certificate with no validity period. It's implement for the BPJPH certificate. And then for the brother, for the sister, Japan. Oh yeah, about the non-Muslim supervisor. About the non-Muslim supervisor, we will regulate it on the regulation of the minister. So it's not mentioned in in the my previous slide, the revise of government regulation number 39 of 2021, but it's mentioned that we can regulate about the Muslim supervisor on the minister regulation. Maybe we will regulate it there about the non-Muslim supervisor, but it's still on the plan. We don't know. Maybe we consider that. We consider the Muslim, non-Muslim supervisor, but it's still after the establish of the government regulation, the revise of the government regulation number 39, and then but we still not discuss it on the revise of government regulation of number 39 about the non-Muslim auditor. It's still only about the non-Muslim supervisor only. Auditor, still we require it's for the Muslim only. I think that's the answer, Mr. Zain.
Okay, any other comments from Mr. Giri and Miss Lady?
The question from Sister Hitomi, fine, yeah. This lady, I try to answer, yeah. Of course, firstly, we have to consider about the laboratory. The first aspect is the laboratory should be accredited. And secondly, the test method must accredit too, as a scope of halal testing. As I mentioned in attachment of the accreditation certificate. About how we can find the testing method. As long as I know is CIMIC already have a standard or valid method of halal testing. Indonesia is already have to issue by national standard body about the porcine testing and ethanol testing. Maybe Melody will add the answer. It's enough.
Okay, thank you, brothers Bisma and brother Giri Cahyono. Okay, brother and sisters, now is almost 5:20, so we will continue after this to gala dinner in the same room. And I inform to you that the Maghrib prayer in BSD is 5:47. So we have 17 minutes before Maghrib. Are there still any question? Maybe we have one more question from Vietnam. Please, Brother Omar. The last question, yeah. Because we will finish this seminar in next 10 minutes. Please give the mic to Brother Omar over there. Hello? Where is the mic? Okay.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Just one question to define about the halal auditor. Speaker said that halal auditor must be Muslim. But what kind of halal auditor BPJPH accepted? The Muslim auditor or Muslim auditor who complete the training conducted by Kayama or Inhatech. Any Muslim or halal auditor complete the training by Inhatech or Kayama. Thank you.
Siapa yang jawab? Okay, thank you. I explained the question our brother from Vietnam asking about the halal auditor. It is must be pass the training or including the competent test in BPJPH. Like that, the question? Okay, please, brother. I think Brother Bisma can answer the question, please.
Okay, for the standard or the requirement or for the halal auditor, first it should be the Muslim, the religion the Muslim, and then it should be pass the training from the Indonesian Institute, which is already have a cooperation with the BPJPH. That's right.
Okay, I hope the answers meet with your request. Okay, brothers and sisters, from our discussion, I have two notes. Firstly, BPJPH until now still updating the regulation. The updating regulation is to facing and adjust with market demand halal industries in the global. Secondly, may notice BPJPH has strictly requirement refer to global standard for halal laboratory. It's to make have fixed halal authentication. So this is our note from our discussion in the last session. But again, if you want to know deeply about what we are already talk about this, please you can ask directly to them after this seminar finish. Thank you for your participation, for your time. We highly appreciation for your contribution and time also, and also your patience, because it's not too easy. It's not easy to waiting here all the days. Thank you so much, and please give applause to our speakers. Thank you very much, and my apologize is I have some mistake in leading this discussion. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I give to MC.
Thank you to our moderators and speakers for such a very insightful information. And that's conclude another great session. But how about let's take a group photos together, a group photo together on stage to capture this unforgettable moment. Stand right up. Once again, thank you to our moderator and our speakers. Can I have another round of applause? One, two. Okay. Do you want one more time? Can I have another capture? Sekali lagi ya. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Cheese. Thank you. Another close one. Thank you. You may have your seats. Thank you. Before closing this session, I would like to mention several halal inspection agencies that have completed their accreditation process. They are LPH Balai Pengembangan Produk dan Standarisasi Industri Pekanbaru Utama. Congratulations. And LPH Universitas Brawijaya Utama. LPH Balai Besar Standarisasi dan Pelayanan Jasa Industri Kulit, Karet, dan Plastik Utama. LPH UIN Sunan Gunung, Jati Bandung Utama. LPH Equitrust Lab Utama. Universitas Nusa Cendana. Balai Besar Pengujian Standar Instrumen BBPSI Pasca Panen Pertanian. Universitas Tadulako. LPH LPPOM. UIN Prof. KH Saifuddin Zuri Purwokerto, Saizu. Universitas Pajajaran. Balai Standarisasi dan Pelayanan Jasa Industri BSPJI Manado. Balai Standarisasi dan Pelayanan Jasa Industri BSPJI Samarinda. UIN Sultan Maulana Hasanuddin Banten. Universitas Islam Malang. LPH Integritas Bakti Syariah. BSPJI Pontianak. Global Halal Indonesia Utama. Can I have a round of applause to congrats? Congrats once again ya, yang sudah lewat Halal Inspection Agency, yang sudah completed their accreditation process. As today's conference draws to a close, we want to thank you for your energy and engagement throughout. But before we call it a day, let's continue the conversation and enjoy this memorable evening in our gala dinner. I'll see you again tonight. So, we would like to inform you that this room will soon be prepared for the gala dinner. Therefore, we kindly ask for your cooperation to leave the event area, and thank you for your attention. And I'll see you again tonight at the gala dinner.
Seiring perkembangan zaman, industri halal telah tumbuh menjadi bagian penting dari ekosistem multisektor dunia, sejalan dengan dinamika demografi global di mana jumlah penduduk muslim dunia diprediksi akan mencapai 2 miliar orang pada tahun 2030. Industri halal dunia terus tumbuh dalam inklusinya terhadap kehidupan modern yang semakin tak berbatas, mulai dari produk makanan, minuman, farmasi, kosmetik, fashion, barang gunaan, media, hingga rekreasi wisata ramah muslim. Berdasarkan State of the Global Islamic Economy Report Dinas Standar.
Sungguh bangga bertanah air Indonesia. Alamnya kaya pegunungan vulkanik, anugerah sumber mata air terbaik dengan mineral alami. Sebagai air mineral asli Indonesia, Le Mineral bangga bisa mendukung anak bangsa. Bersama kita raih prestasi terbaik demi tanah air tercinta, Indonesia. Dirgahayu Indonesiaku, persembahan Le Mineral.
Yang punya bakat, Pucuk Kujam is back!
Wah, Pucuk Kujam guys!
Ini ajang audisi bakat terbesar dari Pucuk Harum. Tunjukin bakat musik dan dance kamu ke dunia. Submit video bakatmu di TikTok Pucuk Harum. Yang terpucuk di Grand Final bisa menangin total miliaran rupiah dan workshop bareng mentor keren. Kita tungguin bakat keren kamu. Ayo ikutan. Bawa mimpimu sampai ke pucuk.
Jadi gitu, Nya. Lo denger gak sih? Apaan sih tuh?
Kalpa, coklat ditabur kelapa.
Coklat tabur kelapa? Connect gak sih? Kayak gimana tuh rasanya? Emang enak? Apa? Real kelapanya? Mana tahu lagi coklatnya? Taburan kelapanya, krenyes-krenyes. Gurih-gurih lumer gitu, enak banget. Gue rela makan ini tiap hari. Ini nggak lo makan kan?
Kalpa, lagi enaknya.
Wow. Aku punya Roma kelapa krim. Wah, dari ya? Mau. Emang tahu cara makannya? Buka biskuit kelapanya, serok krimnya, lumer kayak es krim.
Makan apa sih? Seru banget.
Ini Tante.
Enak banget.
Roma kelapa krim, gurih biskuitnya, lumer krimnya.
Sungguh bangga bertanah air Indonesia. Alamnya kaya pegunungan vulkanik, anugerah sumber mata air terbaik dengan mineral alami. Sebagai air mineral asli Indonesia, Le Mineral bangga bisa mendukung anak bangsa. Bersama kita raih prestasi terbaik demi tanah air tercinta, Indonesia. Dirgahayu Indonesiaku, persembahan Le Mineral.
Yang punya bakat, Pucuk Jam Vespa.
Wah, Pucuk Jam guys.
Ini ajang audisi bakat terbesar dari Pucuk Harum. Tunjukin bakat musik dan dance kamu ke dunia. Submit video bakatmu di TikTok Pucuk Harum. Yang terpucuk di Grand Final bisa menangin total miliaran rupiah dan workshop bareng mentor keren. Kita tungguin bakat keren kamu. Ayo ikutan. Bawa mimpimu sampai ke pucuk.
Jadi gitu, Nya. Lo denger gak sih? Apaan sih tuh?
Kalpa, coklat ditabur kelapa.
Coklat tabur kelapa? Connect gak sih? Kayak gimana tuh rasanya? Emang enak? Apa? Real kelapanya? Mana tahu lagi coklatnya? Taburan kelapanya, krenyes-krenyes. Gurih-gurih lumer gitu, enak banget. Gue rela makan ini tiap hari. Ini nggak lo makan kan?
Kalpa, lagi enaknya.
Wow. Aku punya Roma kelapa krim. Wah, dari ya? Mau. Emang tahu cara makannya? Buka biskuit kelapanya, serok krimnya, lumer kayak es krim.
Makan apa sih? Seru banget.
Ini Tante.
Enak banget.
Roma kelapa krim, gurih biskuitnya, lumer krimnya.
Sungguh bangga bertanah air Indonesia. Alamnya kaya pegunungan vulkanik, anugerah sumber mata air terbaik dengan mineral alami. Sebagai air mineral asli Indonesia, Le Mineral bangga bisa mendukung anak bangsa. Bersama kita raih prestasi terbaik demi tanah air tercinta, Indonesia. Dirgahayu Indonesiaku, persembahan Le Mineral.
Yang punya bakat, Pucuk Jam Vespa.
Wah, Pucuk Jam guys.
Ini ajang audisi bakat terbesar dari Pucuk Harum. Tunjukin bakat musik dan dance kamu ke dunia. Submit video bakatmu di TikTok Pucuk Harum. Yang terpucuk di Grand Final bisa menangin total miliaran rupiah dan workshop bareng mentor keren. Kita tungguin bakat keren kamu. Ayo ikutan. Bawa mimpimu sampai ke pucuk.
Jadi gitu, Nya. Lo denger gak sih? Apaan sih tuh?
Kalpa, coklat ditabur kelapa.
Coklat tabur kelapa? Connect gak sih? Kayak gimana tuh rasanya? Emang enak? Apa? Real kelapanya? Mana tahu lagi coklatnya? Taburan kelapanya, krenyes-krenyes. Gurih-gurih lumer gitu, enak banget. Gue rela makan ini tiap hari. Ini nggak lo makan kan?
Kalpa, lagi enaknya.
Wow.
Aku punya Roma kelapa krim. Wah, baru ya? Mau. Emang tahu cara makannya? Buka biskuit kelapanya, serok krimnya, lumer kayak es krim.
Makan apa sih? Seru banget.
Ini Tante.
Enak banget.
Roma kelapa krim, gurih biskuitnya, lumer krimnya.
Sungguh bangga bertanah air Indonesia. Alamnya kaya pegunungan vulkanik, anugerah sumber mata air terbaik dengan mineral alami. Sebagai air mineral asli Indonesia, Le Mineral bangga bisa mendukung anak bangsa. Bersama kita raih prestasi terbaik demi tanah air tercinta, Indonesia. Dirgahayu Indonesiaku, persembahan
Lapar sih, nggak ada makanan lagi. Aha, untung ada Roma Makis Crackers. Enak, kayak energi.
Roma Makis Crackers, kenyang bikin menang.